up in the sewing room, enjoying all my hobbies. Today I'm scrap happy. Do you believe that? Well, I am happy to go get through these scraps. Okay, I will admit that. So yeah, I just thought I'd back up here, so I thought I'd go live, trying to increase my watch hours. Um, so hopefully get some people joining. We'll just see. And in the meantime, I'm going to get to sewing. So, hi, Katie. How's it going? Good to see you. Well, hello, Teresa. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. And Mary, hello, hello. Good to see you too. Very happy to see you guys, or girls. Hello, Prism Print. Hello, how are you? Hi, Linda. Watched a couple of Linda's old videos yesterday or last night, and wow. If you guys haven't been over to Linda's channel, you got to go check it out. She's got some really beautiful projects. I love that granny sweater, granny square sweater. And it made me think, maybe that's what I should do with all my granny squares. That would be a really nice, warm, cuddly sweater to have for the fall and winter. I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. Of course, I have no idea how to turn them into a sweater, but I'm sure there's a pattern out there somewhere I might be able to follow. But she also had some beautiful quilts that she's going through, and yeah, she's trying to get her channel up and going. So, hi, Deb. Hello, Jean. Hello, Joyce. So, I was pretty darn busy up here yesterday getting these scraps going, and as you can see, I got quite a bit done on the uh, my bonus quilt. Yeah, quite a bit. So I'm still figuring out the sides, but I still have more scraps on the table to deal with. So this is probably going to be at least another row bigger. Right now it's 7 by 7. The blocks are 6.5 inches square, and just random, random, randomly putting together blocks. Yeah, so I just had a bunch of fabric left over from a different project that used these fabrics, and it's amazing just how much was left over. It was like a kit, block of the month kit that I got. It was called Summer Song, and the fabric is really pretty, bright and cheery and all that stuff. So um, I didn't want to disregard the leftovers. I could have probably given it away, but my original thought was I was going to make pillowcases, and but as I'm working on it, I have there's so many that there's enough for a quilt. So I think I'm just going to go with the quilt and not the pillowcases. So it was easy to make the granny square cardigan. Found the pattern on YouTube. Oh, okay. Well, I might have to look that up. Hello, Danielle. How are you doing? I'm okay. Yep, I'm working on the half square triangles that I left off doing yesterday. Mm-hmm. What am I going to do with them? I'm not sure yet. I might make another row, you know, put them in there strategically, and make another row. And then it would be 7 by 8. We'll see how many I get. Or I might add them to the border. So, plus I have all of these 3-inch squares. And of course, that doesn't add up to 6.5, that's going to give me like 5.5. But I could sew these all together in a strip and make them part of the border too. So let's see where we get. I'll show you how much I have left down here on my board. These are the scraps I have left. Not that many really. And then over here are the half square triangles. And then I have some white. That was the background originally. I could use that. And then I have some more strips. And then, of course, I still have the strips up on the board. And this fabric right here, I love this blue. Isn't that pretty? And this yellow is so nice and bright and pretty. Yeah, it's a beautiful fabric line. I wish I had more of this blue right here for a backing. Wouldn't that be nice for the back? But that's a, well, I have that and these strips left. And then that's pretty much it. Maybe a few squares. No, I don't even have that in squares. So anyway, all right. Back up you go. You love my bonus quilt? Yeah, I think it's turning out pretty nice. Hello, Cindy. Hi, how are you doing? Okay, so I'll just go ahead and sew the rest of these half square triangles together and then see where I go from there. Yeah. All right. Oh boy, yesterday after the live, which was a pretty long live stream yesterday, um, I went downstairs, had a little snack, and then laid down and thought, I'll just rest for a little bit. I'll just lay here and rest my back, rest my neck, and I fell asleep. And I didn't wake up until almost 7 o'clock. And I slept hard. I mean, Brandon was up moving around and stuff. He must have been pretty quiet. So, yeah, so it had to have been from like 4:30 to 7 o'clock. I couldn't believe And then I still went to bed at 10 o'clock and slept pretty hard. I think I only woke up once in the night. So I guess that 4-hour live stream wore me out. I'll be interested to see what we're going to get with this quilt. The finished, what it's going to look like finished. Okay, so light. I always have to say this to myself, otherwise I get them all mixed up. So light, dark, light, dark, light. Yeah. And even though I've been, I've been quilting for quite a few years, but I still have to say that to myself. Light, dark, light, dark. And so today I haven't really accomplished much, just regular, household chores. Went to the post office and the grocery store, and I watched an episode of Dateline that I had never seen before. And so I got really engrossed in that. And Brandon was going to watch another one. I'm like, if I even start this, I'm not going to do anything else but sit here for the next hour watching another episode of Dateline. And so I made myself leave. I don't know why I get. That's like about the only show I watch where I get so engrossed in it that I want to see what happened or who did it. Today's episode, I was like, there's no way that guy did it. I don't believe that guy did it. And he, turns out 12 other people agreed with me. So he was not guilty. But I still always wonder, it'd be hard to be somebody on a jury, because wouldn't you just kind of still have that little inkling of doubt, whether you said guilty or not guilty? I would still kind of go, I hope I was right and I didn't just let a killer walk away. But then, you have to think about the evidence, right? But in those kind of shows, I don't think they tell you all of the evidence. Even if you are on the jury, sometimes evidence gets thrown out, and so there are a lot of things you don't even get to hear about. Which I don't know. I think if it's physical evidence, that it all should be submissible. Or character evidence. Like I've seen some shows where the person had a history of violence, you know, physical abusive violence, and a lot of times, and they were even like convicted of it, but for some reason it wasn't submissible in court, and so nobody got to hear that this person was violent. And I just don't think that's right, you know. Yeah, I think we need to know the history of the individual, right? All right, light, dark, but I'm not in charge, so okay. Hello, Quilter. Hi, Zandra. Hello, Terry. Hello, William. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, I didn't do it on purpose. And so, hello, hello, hello. I saw on the news, I think it was yesterday or the day before, but I just saw a brief, um, and this is for William, if you're still there. I just saw this briefly, and it was a news article, whatever, or not article, but you know what I mean, about the fashion show. And the people came out with all these jackets that looked like the ones that you make. I was like, hey, are those Williams creations or what? You know, they had the big floppy hoods and, you know, the big coat, jacket, whatever you call them. Almost every model that came out had one on. I'm not sure. Did you see that? I'm not sure where it was at, but I thought that was interesting. Oh, really, Mary? Now, see, I've never been. Got called, I think once, maybe twice, but I didn't. Um, I think they must have got settled because yeah, got settled before I even had to go. Um, yeah, you should look it up and see, like recent fashion show or something. And it might have been in France. You know, I don't remember, but it was interesting. And all the models were dressed, or you know, had the appearance of oh crap, I just lost the word, mannequins. So they had like face paint, you know, and they had cat hats on, and they walked kind of like they were a mannequin or something, you know. Oh, yeah. I thought it looked pretty cool, the mannequin idea. Yeah, I hope you find that online and see it because, yeah, it was your creations for sure. So, what are you guys working on today? Anybody out there sewing or doing some sort of craft or hobby or cross stitch, yarn? Maybe gardening? So I had no snow on the ground this morning. Yay. And so far today, it has not snowed or rained, but it is pretty cloudy. It's probably about 64 outside, partly sunny. And that's my weather report for the day. So it was really nice when I went to the store and post office. All right, white, dark. I'm going to have these partly done before you know it. One more set. It's really nice when you come back to your half square triangles and they're already squared up and ready to go. And all you have to do is sew them together. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, light, dark, light. Hey, Jess. How's it going? Good to see you. All right. Got them mixed up. I should be pinning these, but I'm just trying to be, careful, lifting them up and moving them over a bit. I think it's going okay. Okay. Now I get to sew them the other way. That one. I have two different size half square triangles here. Those are 2-inch and this one is 2.5. Oops. And I just make one seam go one direction and the one on the top usually goes to the right, and the one on the bottom usually goes to the left, but it doesn't really matter. And when they're this small, you could actually just do them open, but I have better results making my points line up if I can nest the seam. And the only way to get a really good nested seam is to have your seams go one way and the other. At least for me, anyway. Hello, Linda, Irish Sail Lady. How are you doing? Jess doesn't know what pinning is. Yeah, I try to avoid it if I can, but there are times when I need to pin, for sure. And I don't like using those clips. They're just too heavy, you know. I do like using the clips for when I do my binding. Hi, Jim. Good to see you. Thank you, Linda. She likes the quilt behind me and how I got creative with the shapes and colors. Colors and shapes. Okay, still got this pile to do. Yeah, in some ways this fabric's kind of crazy. You know, it's very bold, especially this orange. Well, it's not really orange. It's kind of orange, like maybe tangerine. No, I'm not sure what color you would call it. I'm sure a lot of people would say orange, but it is like the focal fabric. And you see it has all the colors in it. All the colors. The only thing is this kit did not come with any different purple, which is kind of odd because look at all the purple. I should have added a purple to this because there's a lot of purple. I could add a purple to the one of the borders, maybe. it would go with. Okay, something. I think I'll try. I probably should have a little iron over here so I can press that seam a little flatter. Yeah, it would make a great kaleidoscope block. Yeah, I think so. And this one up here. Moving right along. What I should do is sit here and put them all together, and then maybe I will. And I'll make the sewing go a little faster. Always trying to find ways that make the sewing process faster. Is school done for the year, Jess? Jim is wondering. I think it's kind of early, isn't it? I'm not sure when school is done here. Like, I thought it was like most places is after Memorial Day weekend. Like, they usually have another week to go. Oh, you are out. Awesome. And you go back August 1st. Ew, that sucks. Kind of makes it a short summer. Okay, there's the little ones. Do up those big ones. I don't know about you guys, but I never liked having to go back to school. It's like, the summer is not over yet. Like, I wouldn't mind going to school, or I didn't mind going to school during the winter time because there wasn't, really anything to do outside anyway. Like, start late September. Let me have as much summer as possible. Oh, awesome, Jess. Finished up with the quilt you had hanging up behind you? That is going to be so pretty, and just need to put on the borders. I love that quilt. Yeah, it is going to be beautiful. Now, is that going to be for your bed? I always feel like I need to enjoy the quilt for a little while. Give it some love before I give it away. I feel that way, but I don't always do that. Like quilts I made for my brother and sister. I washed them, but I didn't use them. And I always wash the quilts before I give them away, because I had one person that I didn't wash the quilt before I gave it out, and then they didn't want to use it. And it was for a baby. And I'm like, you need to use that. So, yeah. After that, I made, no matter what size the quilt was. And then I'd give them like instructions. I've already washed this, so you can't just put it away. I always worried about, washing the baby quilts, especially because, like, I'm allergic to Tide. And if I wear clothes that have been washed in Tide, I'll break out. So I worried about, doing that with baby blanket beds, not beds, quilts. So I just use a laundry detergent that's unscented and, you know, perfume free, that kind of thing. And then I don't use any fabric softener or laundry sheets or anything like that. Oh, Janet, did you just switch your? I think you did. You just switched your name and handle, didn't you? Because I guess I always saw Quilter first, and then yes, you did. Okay. So maybe I'll quit calling you Quilter. That's funny. Lately, my wife tells me I can't give my quilts away. Oh, she loves them. Couch snuggle quilt. Oh, nice. Yeah, I might snuggle the quilt a little bit, but give it some love. Do you guys worry whether or not they're going to like it? Is that a worry for you? Quite a few of the baby quilts I made, I try to find out what their colors are going to be, you know, because a lot of people like to have their nursery decorated a certain way. And so I always try to find out, you know, what that is before I make the quilt. But I've also made a lot of donation baby quilts, and in those cases, you know, it just is what it is. Hi, Lynn. Hello, Patty. Just doesn't worry about washing any of the quilts or who I give them to. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's what I do too, Jess. From rainy western Nebraska. We haven't got rain yet here, and guess what? It did not snow. So I woke up to green grass. Patty is in the Greensboro area. Patty just says she's about 40 minutes south of you. So this sewing part goes a little bit faster when you have it prepped and ready to go. Then I have to slow down for the pin. I guess I better go turn my iron on because I'll be ready for that stage. I actually need to go through all my quilts and send some out. Maybe to cousins and stuff. I've, yeah, I have quite a few quilts. Nothing like Pat Sloan, you know, because I don't hang my quilts up on the wall like she does. But I do have a few that I'm thinking about hanging up next year. But they're not, you know, queen size. They would be more like a twin or a throw, smaller quilts. Yeah, I like them to be fluffy too before I give them away. Yeah, I wash all the sheets before I use them too, for sure. Yeah, they can wash their quilts before they use them. But what I have found, and I think a lot of other quilters too, is that they want to try to preserve the quilt, and there's a lot of people who don't know about quilting, and that it's just fabric. So it's one way to just make them feel more comfortable about using the quilt. I don't know if it's the same way, but that's just how I my experience has been. 95. Ugh, that is hot. Oh, nice, Janet. Yeah, that's what I do. I have a care for your quilt instructions. Yep, and color catchers. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the other reason why I do it is because I I do not pre-wash my fabric, and so it's got, stabilizer and who knows all what on it is on it, and there could even be dog hair on there. I don't know. Not that I don't let Willa wiggle over the fabric or anything like that. But dog hair, cat hair, and I don't have a cat anymore, but that stuff tends to float. And so, just think all the times that you are touching the fabric. And um, yeah, I just like it nice and clean and fluffy. So, and use some color catchers. So, could you imagine if you received a quilt that had not been washed yet and you did not know any better? So, you threw it in the washing machine, you put it on hot, you washed it, and all the colors, you know, faded into the white. So, all your white is now pink or purple or dark or blue, who knows what. When I would feel so bad that I ruined that quilt that somebody made me. You know what I mean? Personally, I would feel bad. And then I guess I would feel bad too as the person who gave them the quilt, you know, like, oh, I should have washed that first, or I should have given you instructions. I should have given you some color catchers, that kind of thing. So, anyway, just something to think about. I actually need to get a new machine. And when I do, it's going to be big enough to handle my big quilts. Because now, if they're too big, I have to take them in. So I want to get one that doesn't have the center agitator thing in it. Because my agitator in my machine broke from, I think, from all the quilts. Yay! Those are done. Now to press those. Then I can figure out what the heck I'm going to do with them. Should I make more blocks? And then I can use this leftover scraps over here to add on to these. That might be the easiest thing to do, instead of trying to figure out how to put them in the border. I swirl the center. That really reduces the amount of bulk. Swirl that center. Take care, Jess. Thanks for stopping in. Drive safe. Sandra sends washing instructions with every quilt. Hi, Suzanne. How you doing? The humidity is bad. Oh, I hate that. When it's hot and humid. I went to Michigan one time in August. Oh, God. I thought I was going to die. And it's even worse because you go from an air-conditioned house and you step outside and it's like hot and humid, and then you like try to run to the car to get into the air conditioner. But then you still have to get out and go eat dinner somewhere. Ugh. Yeah, it was miserable. I don't know how y'all do it. Of course, I grew up in the drier climates. So I did live over by Seattle, Washington for about 4 years one time. And it wasn't really humid, but it was wet. It just rained almost all the time over there. I did in Oregon. I lived in a place where there were quite a bit of farmers that grew hay. And sometimes in the summertime, it would get a little humid there because they were irrigating the pastures and stuff. And so, yeah, it would get a little humid, but nothing like Michigan. Well, hello, Day. How are you doing? These don't look too bad. I wouldn't say they were perfect, but I'm really not going for perfection. Sometimes it's really hard to get that center thread disconnected, cut. It's the thread that's still there from chain piecing. You have to cut that out so you can twist the center. That one was pretty easy. Okay, now the big ones. Big ones are a little bit easier. That one looks pretty good. Okay, I'm just trying to reset some notification stuff. I think I got it. So we'll see what happens because I'm tired of getting those notifications pop up on my chat. Jim says he never had much luck spinning the centers. Well, yeah, work on it. It's once you get the hang of it, and you know it's so much flatter in the center once you do. But you know you have to have one seam going one direction and this seam going the opposite direction. And then if you did the chain piecing, you got to cut that little thread out of there. Otherwise, you're going to fight with it. So instead of just doing this and folding it one way or the other, you have to get your scissor up in there where that thread is and cut that out. And then just hold it like this, and this hand push away from you, and this hand goes towards you, and see how it just twisted that open? Just like that. And that's what you want. And then you just, so this seam is going to go that way, this seam is going to come towards me, and now that's open. And it actually, if you look at it really close, it looks like a little pinwheel. Linda had to take a phone call. I'm back. This quilt does not have a name. It's a bonus quilt. It's scraps left over from a different quilt project, which was called Summer Song by Three Wishes. You bet, Jim. So I have one more. So because these were chain pieced, I have a little thread right here at the seam, and it's, you know, along the outside. So I just need to snip that off, okay? So just holding it like this, take one side and push it away from you, and the other side comes towards you, like that. And then you keep that going, and I don't think I got that whole thread. Oh, yeah, I did. All right. So I'm still pushing one side away and one side towards me. And then when I open it, it's going to look like a little pinwheel. So if you have a hard time, if it's not working, then do the opposite with the seams. Like this one, when I was showing you, I pushed my right side away from me and had the left going towards me, but that didn't work. So it needed to be the other direction. So the right side came towards me. But when this one, it did work. So I guess it depends on how you sewed them together too. So I think it's kind of cute that you get a little pinwheel in the center there. The only problem with doing that is sometimes when you have to match up another, the seams, then they're going the wrong way. So you gotta, you know, that's the only problem with doing that, is that your other seams might not match up right. Okay. But like I said, it does make that center lay much flatter, which is great if you are long arming. I'm ready to press those. Okay, I turn my iron on. Yeah, let that heat up. And then I'll move this one out of the way. I need to get back to work on that horse. You know it? Need to get back to work on that horse. But I want to get this done too. I'll see how I get by the end of my sewing day. Now I could use my flat things I use for flatten my seams. It does help, especially with these pinwheels. Makes them a lot flatter. See how much flatter they are? And it's a rice filled with rice. Sucks the heat up out of the fabric. Yeah, I made it. And if you're curious about how to make these, there are videos on my channel of how I did it. Just look up, I think it's rice bag, no, seam press, rice bag or something. Seam press. I know the word seam, or the words seam press is in there. Okay. Let that cool down a little bit. Turn my iron down a little bit. And sometimes my iron is works and sometimes it doesn't, meaning that when I turn it all the way off, sometimes it doesn't go off. It just sits there and stays hot. So yeah, time for a new iron. So I always make sure it's unplugged when I leave, or before I leave the sewing room. All right, let's see how much I'm going to get out of this. How many blocks? So I got 10 small ones. So I don't think that's going to be enough to do with the border. And 4 big ones. So I think I'll just turn them into blocks. 1, 2, 3. But that's going to give me 4.5. Let's see, will these fit with that? No. I wonder what size I'm going to get. Ooh, that's pretty close to 6.5. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and sew these together. Glad when everything lines up. Okay, that did not work because I just got another notification. Hello, Donna. How are you today? Can you use the seam ripper to spin the centers? Yeah, like to break away that thread on, yeah. Dinner dishes are all done. Now I can sit back and work on my FPP while listening. Awesome. Hi, Shelley. How are you doing? Okay, back to work. Okay, so I'm looking for the seams go in the correct direction, which none of them are, so that's all right. I'll make it work. So if you don't want to, worry about that thread, go ahead and cut it now. So many seams. Okey doke. Now, I'm just going to press this open because there are so many seams. And this is pretty small. So, especially that one in the middle is going to be. I could spin that too. Now this one, I'll leave that seam presser thing on there for a while. $6.5. Woohoo! have one that's bigger too. So. So I'll leave that on there for a little bit. Okay, this one is going to have to be like this. But that's okay. Oh, that sounds like fun. Day, Zandra. Oh, hey, Katie. Get to feeling better, girl. Goodbye, Jim. Thanks for coming. Okay. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Ooh, I lucked out this time, ladies and gentlemen. My seams are working out correctly. And all my ones on the tips have been great. So. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut that string off so I don't have to mess with that. Or thread. Cut the chain piece thread. All right. My thread pulled again on my spool. Dang it. Okay, there's this one. Ooh, that's pretty. Now I could twist that. Maybe I should. Actually, that's a lot better twisting that. So maybe I'll redo that one. But these kind of blocks are really hard to do on the long arm because of all the seams. In my opinion. All right. Let's press that. Okay, so now I'm going to have 2 blocks. This one, ooh, I can make a 4 patch out of 2-inch. I'll have to make 2 4 patches. And that should work with those. So I'll get 2 more, or 1 more 6-inch. I have to do that. I don't have enough variety of 2-inch fabrics here. But that's all right. Yeah, that's the next one I'm going to do. Will I be having a friendship sew along again? Yeah, I want to do one that is red, white, and blue. So we got to get started on that. How about if I'll try and start it this week. So if you have a jelly roll that is red, white, and blue, or, you know, whatever you want to make, it doesn't matter. You could go ahead and cut those up. Let's see. One jelly roll, or 42-inch by width of fabric, or 42 strips that, you know, 2.5-inch by width of fabric. And then a 1/2 yard for the accent fabric. This should still be over in my the main page. Look under post, and you should still be able to find this supply list. So if you're using a jelly roll, from each strip, you're going to get 8 pieces that are 4.5 by 2.5. And once you cut all 42, you should end up with 336 pieces that are 4.5 by 2.5. But in that jelly roll strip, after you cut your 8 pieces, you're going to have a little piece left over that you can cut 2.5 inch triangle or squares. And those squares, you need a total of 126, or you'll get 126. You don't need that many. You need 48. But I mean, that is from the last friendship quilt we did. And this new one, I want to do things a little bit different, but this is basically the same starting cutting directions. So if you want to get started cutting, you're more than welcome to do that. Okay? Oh, yeah, that would be beautiful. An art gallery fabric, Bloomin' Americana. So yeah, go check in my post community area and you should find that supply list and that'll get you started. The only thing I really want to do different than the last one we did is I want to add sashing between the blocks with little stars. So the sashing will have little sew and flips on each corner. And I don't know the sashing size or the little sew and flip size yet. So that's all that needs to be figured out. So. You are more than welcome. Okay, so I'll get these. Yeah, I'm sure these were 2-inch. Yep, they were. All right, so do I have? I thought I had some of these made up. Nope, I don't. And I'm just pinning because I want to chain piece. Sometimes when you're handling these little pieces, they separate really easily, and so it's just easier to pin. What I should do a little bit later is start cutting those out and getting those ready. And I'll figure out the math for the sashing and the sashing stars. And for my accent, I'm probably going to use white, But then I'm probably going to use like a navy blue for the sashing stars. So we'll actually have 2 sets of stars of different sizes in the quilt. And so that's going to make that quilt a little bit bigger. I have no idea how much bigger. I need to look up, Joyce is the one that did the quilt with the sashing in it, so I'll have to go look through my emails and see what she wrote about it. So I do not remember. So, Day, if you're still out there, I think what you might have been asking me about rotating the centers with the um, seam ripper. Yeah, I think you go down like 2 or 3 stitches. Stay right above the stitch line. But the vertical line, you go down a couple, remove a couple of the stitches. Is that what you were referring to? Oh, good, Sylvia. Sylvia is thinking about doing a scrappy potato chip quilt. Sashing, maybe. Good, you can sew along with this. Yeah, you don't have to make it red, white, blue if you don't want to. I have a lot of potato chips. Chip squares. I don't know if I have enough for a quilt, though. Okay, there's that one. Now, I rotated the center on this one too. And when you do it on this 4 patch, then it ends up looking like you have a little 4 patch square in the center. See that? All right, now I'm going to put this one there, this one here, and this one here. And of course, those are going the wrong way, the seams, so let me. Okay, this one is correct. So I'll put this one up here. Now, no. Well, I'll get one that works. definitely going to have to pin. Hey, Joyce, I was just talking about you. I figured if you were out there, you would not be able to resist saying something. Uh-oh. Something happened here. Let's see. Did I run out? No. I think it's time for to clean my machine. I don't know, I must have slept on my hand last night, so my knuckle is really sore. Sore knuckles. All right, why is it not moving? Huh. Weird. Got stuck. Hey, Brenda. I'm in on the friendship sew along. Great. Make sure I'm getting this in the right correct. Okay. That'll be fun. And we need, once I get started on that, I'm just going to, sew for a couple of hours every day and just keep going on it until we get it done, because needs to be done before the 4th of July. So don't have much time. I should have started it already. So maybe I should put this one away and get going on that one. Because it'll have to be quilted too, right? Okay. Maybe I should get my stuff out and I could at least start cutting up my chips. Okay, let's see. This has a better... So this should also end up 6.5 inches. These are all 2-inch squares and 2-inch half square triangles. Hey Joyce, do you remember um, what size your quilt finished at? The one you put the sashing in? Just out of curiosity. Okay, so there's that one. Six and a half. That one looks pretty good. I like it. I heat my iron back up. See how this one turned out nice and flat. So I had it under that press for quite a while. This one's pretty flat too. And so all of these are already 6.5, so I don't need to really add anything more to them. So I'm just gonna stick them up there. That's not where they're gonna stay. But that's, okay. That's gonna be 3 more blocks. Okay. I need to go out sometime this week and get some pictures for you guys of the camas fields. So right now the fields are green, but they have this light overlay of a light purple. It's really pretty. So camas flowers, and yeah, it's really pretty. I'd love to show you. Hey Lynn, are you lurking? I actually like to get up, but yeah, I know I should have a pressing. I could bring it over here and press closer to me, but actually it's good to get up once in a while. So most of the time I try to keep the iron away from me, so I have to get up. But when I'm doing like paper piecing or something like that, yeah, definitely. But I have a little iron that I use for that. All right. See, I could just reach over. So here's that one. So that's good. I got 3 blocks that have the little half square triangles in them because I kind of like the odd number instead of even. But now I still have these. All right. So let's see what size we're going to get with these. And I need four more blocks. So I could, well, this would give me 5. I'm pretty sure I only need 4. Let's see. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. No, because I have to add 1 here and there. That's the same as these. So let's see, 4, 5. I'm going to need 6 more blocks. Ooh, I hope I have enough. And here's 4, enough for 4. All right, so I wonder what I would get with 3-inch. These are 2-inch. So those are too small to go with those. And these were 2.5, so these are going to be too big. And the only 2.5 I have are yellow. So I could cut some of these down to 2.5. Let's see what I need here. Okay, right now, those are 4.5. So the question is, if I cut it down, all right, so that would work if I had 2.5-inch squares. Then I could do this, this. Would have to be 3, 4, 5. I would need 5 squares. Question is, do I want to do it that way, or do I just want to sew strips on? Let's see. Just sewing strips on would be faster. Thanks, Donna. They're 6.5 inch, unfinished. Oh, I don't think FPP stream someday. Oh, we could. I do have some foundation paper piece papers that we could use. What do you have? Oh, Donna. Is Donna going live tonight? I should probably, is that at 4 o'clock or 5? Somebody tell me in the chat. Okay, Janet switched her name again. Damn it, Janet. Going live at 7. This project looks amazing. I'll catch the, okay. So 7, that's 6, 5, 4. So 4 o'clock. So 10 minutes. Donna is going live in 10 minutes. Oh, I see. Jenna says, it's on my phone incorrect. She's yelling at me. Okay, Janet. That's funny. Okay, so we want to do a, before we go, because Donna is going live, and I don't have any way to transfer you all over there. But some projects you all want to do are the friendship quilt and some foundation paper piecing. All right. So tell me, oh, you have a legit kit? Oh, Sophia? I'll have to look that up. And does it matter if I don't do that one and I just do foundation paper piecing, whatever I have? So, yeah, which one is that? Definitely look it up. Foundation paper piece project. Okay. So, 2 to-do projects. Okay, Zandra, go lay down. Yes, I'm going to do the friendship quilt in patriotic colors, but you don't have to. So I have a jelly roll that's red, white, and blue, and they're kind of, oh, the old-fashioned fabrics. Civil War. And then I'm going to have two accent colors. One is going to be white for the stars that are in with the chips. And then the other is going to be dark navy blue. And that'll be for the stars that are in the sashing. Oh, cool. Awesome, Joyce. So I'm going to keep sewing. So if y'all, you know, whatever y'all want to do, and then I'm also going to watch Donna, see what Donna's up to. So I'm going to go over to Donna's channel really quick. Because I can do like 3 things at a time. I can sew, I can watch my chat, and I can watch Donna. Maybe, if my computer will allow it. And I gotta write that. Oh, Ryan Hall is on. Tornado on the ground. Uh-oh. So yeah, I was on selling fabric. And where's Donna? Lynn is coming on, I think at 5, and she's selling fabric today too. Okay. It's a vintage sewing machine. They have 2 colorways for one. Oh, a sewing machine. Oh, okay. One is naturals, which I have, and the newest kit is pink version. Interesting. That would look really cute. Hey, Jamie. Lynn is my middle name. Oh, it's on. Yeah, right. Right, Susan. Or Suzanne. I'm sorry. Um, it should still come up in my playlist. But it's so much different on the laptop than it is on my phone. All right. Good to see you, Jamie. Jamie Lynn. I'm TeresaLouise. So I wanted to decide so I think 2.5 strips would work also. But I should use different colors. Like that. All right. So I'm just going to sew this on there. Then I'll cut it down. cutter. Yeah, I know what you mean, Cindy, or Chris, sorry. Um, for the first friendship quilt we did, you go to my main page, go to post, P-O-S-T, and look through there, and you should find the supply list. But the next one we're doing, I'm going to add sashing in between the blocks, and I don't have a pattern for that yet. So, but the beginning cutting instructions are the same. A jelly roll that you cut into, you get 8 pieces that are 2.5 by 4.5, and 2 pieces that are 2.5-inch square. So you could get started that way, getting your fabric prepped. Okay, now I need the other ruler. And just trim this down to 6.5. And then boy, that is not quite 6.5. Darn it. Real. Right, exactly. I can at least get the basics started. Yep. And I could hold this up. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well. But you could zoom in. That was the last friendship quilt we did. And of course it's in pencil, so. Oh, okay. You already found it? Great. All right. 2 minutes until D time. I wonder, maybe I should use white. I do have a lot of white pieces. Okay, those aren't big enough. I might have to cut some more fabric down. What if I did that one and that one? Then I would just need a little piece. But then these would be too big. I don't care. I need to use the fabric anyway. See, I'm thinking too much. You know, with this, there's no pattern. You're just throwing together scraps, and so there is a thing called overthinking it. Right? Okay, so I need another piece. And this needs to be cut down, I know, to 2.5, I think, but let's see, should I do, is this weight long enough? Here's a piece. Okay, I'll use some of this. Okay. I think if I can find a smaller one. Yeah. Okay, and then I'll just flip that over and trim that off. Now I'm just going to sew that on. There. That looks okay. Now I can trim that down to 6.5. So this is too small to save. I need to fix this side. And I'm standing up so I can put some weight down on the ruler so it doesn't slip on me. All right, so there's that one. So I think that's okay. And I just need to press it. And now on to the next one. So that gives me 4. And we'll go ahead and do another one. And let's see. That's not big enough, but I do have another strip here. I could sew these two together. This little piece off. This thing is part of the reason why I don't have an iron over here by me. Okay, that's should be big enough. Yep. And then, see, does it go? Okay, definitely not big enough the other way. So I'm just going to go ahead and sew it onto this side. And I'm going to have to sew a bunch of these little pieces together because I'm getting a bunch of them. Again, you see how we keep accumulating crumbs, crumb pieces. And I don't like keeping anything smaller than an inch when I'm doing this kind of project, if I can help it. All right, let's see, 6.5. Ooh, that was super close. Just a little teeny bit off. Not much at all. Okay. And now I need my piece for here. I could do it white. Yeah, why not? I'm going to do it white. Well, no. Last time I used these, right? Yeah. All right, I'll use these. So let's see here. There we go. And let's grab a blue one. Now, definitely that's too big, but that's okay because I will just cut it down so we get more crumbs. Okay. There we go. Okay. It will have to be trimmed up, but that's all right. easier if you're going to trim this off. Just flip that around and trim it off before you fold it. At least that's what I do anyway. And I just making sure my line is lined up down here on the bottom, and I'm lined up right here so it comes out square. Then I'll fold it over. And that should be 6.5 square. Yep, it is. Alrighty, so that is what that one looks like. Yay! Hi, Happy. Oh, that is really sad. No, I didn't know him. Timothy Toten, he passed away. He was fighting cancer. Yeah, no, I didn't. Not familiar with him, but that's still sad. I'll have to look him up. Is his channel still there, or did they take it off? Okay. It's tough. Hi, Nancy. How are you doing? Good to see you. His daughter left his page up. Was he a quilter or something else? Doing okay? Trying to stay cool. It's pretty cool here. As a matter of fact, I had snow on the ground yesterday morning. I think it's time to sew up some of these little pieces. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just grab a bunch of these crumbs. Because I can't, you know, they're smaller than 2.5. So there's a lot of areas that they're not going to fit on. Okay. And I still have some of these 2-inch squares, so I could use those. So even though I've used all my crumbs one time already, and I did, I mean, this was the last of my crumbs right here. Because of all the sewing and cutting I'm doing, I've you know, accumulated more crumbs. So I need to incorporate these into these blocks. So I'm just going to start sewing them together. I usually just grab a few and sew them together. And then I will add them to each other, if you know what I mean. And they don't line up perfectly most of the time, but that's okay. Some of them are pretty darn close. Okay. So that gives me a few to work with. And then I will just need to square them up. And luckily I'm just getting little pieces off of there, nothing too big. So that's not too bad for scraps. Now some people save that for dog beds and stuff like that. Or you could use it for pillow stuffing, like throw pillows. Okay, so now we'll put some more together. Don't know how I missed that one. Thank you, Mona. Here, I'll lift the camera up so you can see what I got there so far. So for those of you who don't know, this is a bonus quilt. So what that means is it's scraps from a different project, and the project was a block of the month kit that I got. And there was just, as you can see, a lot of leftovers. A lot of leftovers. Because the quilt I made was a nice size queen quilt. And as you can see, and I still have more fabric down here. So, yeah. So this is all scrappy. There's no pattern to it. There's no rhyme or reason. I'm just throwing scraps together. I have crumbs, you know, nothing smaller than an inch. I had leftover half square triangles, leftover squares, strips. So I'm just pasting them all together. And what I get is what I get. So because I had half square triangles, I was able to, I did make some blocks that were shoe fly, and then I made some pinwheels, and then some of these squares are leftover panel parts, and then whatever fabric I had that I could get 6.5-inch squares out of, I cut some of those. Yeah, it's coming along. And I still have strips. So that's what I've been working on since last Thursday. Thank you, Katie, from the Greenland Quilter. She got me going on scraps. Yeah, it's her fault. Yeah, and it sure does, Jamie. Uh, Jamie says, it feels so good to use up scraps and orphan blocks. I'm doing a hen house kit right now. I hope I have a lot of leftovers from that. No, the kit was from my local quilt store. It's called Your Best Friend's Quilt Shop. And I think whoever made the pattern also included the fabrics that was needed. And so the pattern writer, and this is her fabric, is probably the reason why there was so much extra fabric, is my guess. Because, and you know, I'm going to have to check with the other people who did the block of the month and see if they had as much leftover fabric. But I mean, it wasn't just from one cut, it was from all the cuts. All the cuts of fabric. There was a lot left over. The least one that I had left over was this. But I know some people found the kit later on after. So, you know, if you guys are interested, the fabric is Summer Song by 3 Wishes. And I think I still have the pattern or the instructions. And of course, I still have the original quilt. Because it's a very pretty spring, summer quilt, but it's one I like to put on my bed in the wintertime because it's so bright and pretty. you know, and cheers you up. So, hey Sarah, how's it going? How was your birthday yesterday? Did you have fun? Very happy vibe. Yep. Sorry. I know those yawns are contagious, right? Oh, maybe I'll get up for a minute and I'll grab that jelly roll. Hey Jamie, did you start that cross stitch? So I actually been collecting patriotic fabrics and stuff. This is a panel, red, white, and blue panel. And I was thinking about just quilting it. So you just hang it up as a panel. And then I have all these fat quarters from Primitive Gatherings. And some of them are from my own stash, but most of it is Primitive Gatherings. It's called Americana. But I'm not going to use them in the friendship quilt. And then this is the jelly roll. So I'm going to use this jelly roll for the friendship quilt that we're going to do. And I'm not sure what I'm doing with all this other stuff yet. But I have it together, so I'm going to leave this out so that I start getting that cut up into 12.5 by 4.5 inch chips. And also from each strip, I'll get at least 2.5 inch squares. I'm going to have to figure out something pretty to make with that Americana. It's on your list. Oh, that's awesome, Sarah. Yeah, I tend to do like the birthday, the whole month. You know, just say happy birthday month, happy birthday week, happy birthday day. And I always told my mom when it was my birthday, I always told her, happy birthday. Because, you know, she birthed me on that day, right? Oh, Willa. Whew, you got stinky breath. Yeah. So it's fun. I mean, I think we all need reasons to celebrate, right? Do you need to go outside? Did Donna ever come on? Let me look. You can go outside without me, you know. You don't have to wait for me, and I'm sure Daddy's out there. Why don't you go find Daddy? Yeah. No, you don't want to? Talking to the dog, in case you're wondering. Oh, that's a pretty quilt she's working on. Look at that. Very Dutch. Ooh, I might have to do that because I am half Dutch. Oh, that looks like little teeny pieces. Yep, definitely little teeny pieces. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, you can pop over to Handmade by Ying with Donna. Yeah, I might have to do that project. It looks like a lot of work though. I'm just going to say hi to her real quick. I know, it's kind of weird, you know. You're watching me and watch somebody else. Or maybe you're over there. Who knows? I'm going to sneeze. Oh, yes, that is really cute. She's doing the little, looks like the little girl with the pigtails. Yeah, oh, that's a cute Dutch project. I'm going to definitely have to put that one on my list. What do you guys think? Yeah, Willa saying, come on, Mom. Yeah, I mean the Art East quilt in blue and white. Yeah. Yes, anything blue. Oh, I was just watching Donna from Handmade with Ying. Uh, she wanted me to pop over and see what she was working on, and she's right. I like it. So I popped over. No biggie. Now I'm back. And I probably should go take the dog out. How long have I been on? 2 hours? Yes, I do love blue quilts. And I love red and white quilts too. Because I made a red and white quilt. That's on my bed right now. And in the closet, I have a fabrics cut out for a blue and white, but they're soft blues. And kind of like these kind of blues. And they're all 3.5-inch squares. Super easy. Really cool looking patchwork quilt. Just squares. So, well, she's chewing on her bone now, so. I do know that the front door is open, so she can go outside anytime she wants. I'll be right back. You want me to take you outside for a second? All right, come on. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, I guess my husband closed the door, so, and he was outside. Oh, I lost a few of you. Sorry about that. All right, back to sewing. So, there's the top. I wasn't sticking my tongue out at you, really. Okay. Back to scraps. So, what are you guys working on? My back is starting to hurt. Okay, let's see. Anybody sewing and stuff or something? Anything fun? It's pretty nice out. I should probably be outside. for a little while it's nice out there. Find pieces that match up. I feel pretty lucky. Or at least are pretty close. Let's see, anything? How big is this one? Okay, that's not even an inch. Ooh, I hate throwing that away. I better keep it just in case. You never know. Might need it. That. I do have a few half square triangles left too. Like 3. That's all. That's all I have left out of all those. That's pretty good. Might as well use them up. Let's see. This block, these last few blocks are going to be crazy. Of course, there's quite a few up there that are pretty crazy already, so these will fit right in. This is the kind of scrappy I like to do where, you know, there's a little bit of crazy blocks and then blocks that are more normal, like the pinwheel and the shoe fly block. So you kind of, your eye kind of has something to land on, you know. It's not just all crazy pieces. It does take longer, in my opinion, to sew all these little scraps together. But it can also be a fun treat because you're not really, you know, following a pattern. You're just sewing, you know, and you're making things up as you go. And that can be really kind of liberating at times. And I actually think it gives you more confidence because if you can put together something like this on your own and have it turn out looking pretty cool, you know, that should build your confidence, right? All right, see, so I'm making fabric, making my fabric bigger. Mona likes scrappy quilts. When I was mowing the grass, it was 110 in the sun. Oh my God. I'm working on The Hen House by Lori Holt. Oh, that is cute. all of those little hen blocks, especially if they're the hen looks fat, you know, poofy. Those are cute. Oh boy, my back. Doing good. This one has got a lot of little pieces in it. So, a lot of seams in this quilt. Might want to tie the quilt instead of quilting it. I mean, see, look at all those pieces. And then there's the seams. Now, you could press those open and that would help quite a bit, but I'm not taking the time to press open. See how lazy I am? I think it takes a little more time pressing open. I don't need that little piece. Okay. Now, need to make this one a little bigger. Well, first of all, let's get a, all right, let me put this down just a little bit more. Yeah, let's see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to grab one of these and I'm going to start taking my little crumb pieces and try to start building this up because I need it to be 6.5 inches. Okay, that piece would work, but I need more on the end right here. So let's see what I have. And I think this one will work. So I saved some of my strips, used up my crumbs, but saved some of my strips for this part of the process. Whoops. I must be getting tired because I just, that looks terrible. I went, whoop. Not too sure how I did that. But it started way back here. My foot must have hit a seam wrong or something. That's my excuse. And I'm sticking to it. All right. Would have been fine if I wanted it crooked. Another way to do this is using adding machine tape. I have some 3-inch adding machine tape, and that works really well for putting crumbs together. How did that? Well, maybe if I pressed it, I'm going to press it. And of course, my iron cooled it down, so it's got to heat up. These blocks look really crazy. Might be kind of fun to do a whole quilt like that. Half square triangles, little ones. Ooh, maybe I should gather up all of my half square triangles. See how many I have and just sew all of them together no matter what color they are. And that would be actually quite a bit from a lot of different quilts. And that would be kind of like maybe like a memory quilt, you know, because then you'd be looking at it and you'd go, oh, that fabric was from this quilt and that fabric was from that quilt. And right? But that would also be a lot of seams. A lot of seams. Boy, I have that up there crooked on the design wall. But it's looking pretty good. So I have to mix in these. All right, so I'm going to do that real quick, okay? Because they can't just be down there, all right? But these are the bottom row. I do know that much. So I'll move all these down to the bottom row. And these feels good to stand up for a few minutes and stretch a little bit. Okay, so now I do have to stand back. And let me see. I could take this one, put this one right there, and I'll move this one. That's fine. All right. Oh, I put that right next to that. Well, that's okay. And then, let's see, I think, yeah, I'll get rid of this. And then I'll put this one here. for now. All right. That's not too bad. Okay, so this one can go. Right here. I'll put this one here. I think I need something a little, this looks like crazy. So just to calm that down a little bit over there. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. Not so crazy right there. Okay, well, I think that's okay for now. Yeah, so I think this will be the last row I do. So it'll end up being 7 by 8. Yeah, 7 by 8. And then borders. Whoops, sorry. I still don't know if that's the way I'm going to leave it. You know what I might do is take a picture of it once I get all these blocks made and moved around where I think I want them. Then take a picture of it because it's easier to see your values through a picture for whatever reason. And then I can be able to tell better where I have too many darks built up, you know what I mean? If it's heavier on one side than the other. Bye, Mona. Thanks for popping in. I sewed 36 1.5 inch half square triangles together and came up with a 6-inch square. Wow, yeah. The smallest half square triangles I sewed together were 1 3/4 and made a quilt out of that. Yeah, very stiff. It'll be very stiff. So yeah, I might, would that look cute with light blue like this kind of color, um, tied using yarn? That'd be kind of cute, wouldn't it? Yeah, black and white. Switch it over to black and white. That would help too. Yeah, exactly, Lynn. Okay, let's see. Oh, I see Daddy let you back in, huh? Did you have a nice time outside? Okay. Would you like to know what is for dinner? What's for dinner? Is it that part of the program where we talk about what's for dinner? Okay, there is a gal that lives here in town who uh, does a Facebook that says what's what's for dinner. And so every night she takes a picture, and a lot of times for breakfast too, because she loves breakfast. But every night she takes a picture of the dinner that she made, and the caption is, "It's what's for dinner." And she's a good cook. She used to have a restaurant here, so I'm sure you can imagine. I can't imagine. Now, if I lived alone, I would not be making 3 or 4 course dinner for myself. No. I'm a kind of a one pot gal, believe it or not. I like my food mixed together. Like, for instance, fried potatoes with onion and bell peppers, maybe some corn, uh, mushrooms, garlic, uh, fry it all up, maybe even sweet potatoes, you know, fry it all up, and then maybe sprinkle some cheese on there. It's what's for dinner, right? Simple, all in one pot. You don't have all those dishes to do. But she, bless her heart, fried chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn or green beans, uh, rolls, a dessert. you know, I'm like, I just cannot do that. You know, I just cannot do that. And if I wanted fried chicken, I would probably just have, you know, fried chicken and a little salad or something. Like when Brandon used to go off to work years ago, uh, I'd be like, cereal time. Not that I had to do all the cooking, because he used to do like any of the meat, because for years I didn't eat meat, and so I kind of forgot how to cook it, and I just didn't really want to cook it, you know. Not that I have a problem with people eating meat. I don't. I just uh, it's my taste buds. I guess it was there for a while. I just, you know. Anyway, it was nice not to have to cook. I like the sides, you know, side of mashed potatoes. Um, so, a friend of Brandon's gave us some uh, brats, you know, sausage dogs, brats. That's what they're like. But it's made from moose meat and elk. And then it says it has little little chunks of cheese in it, which typically I don't like that. Cheese inside a hot dog's stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to eat it, but I'm going to try. Anyway, you know, so I asked him what he wanted for dinner, and that's what he came up with. So we're going to have that with sauerkraut, which I'm all in on the sauerkraut. And coleslaw. And that's what's for dinner. No, she's not feeding anybody else. I just think she was used to cooking a lot of food, you know. And maybe her kids come by and help her eat it. I don't know. She never really says. She does have a couple of grown kids that live in the area, so that could be. How's Brenda doing? Oh, a poor boy Stu. It's cold today. That's what I'm trying to decide. Would it look cute? Would it be better to tie this quilt or try to quilt it? Because, you know, there are a lot of seams. And even if I do quilt it, maybe I will tie it too, just because I think that look is so cute. And one of my favorite quilts that I use all the time is tied. And it is so comfortable. It's not, you know, heavy like a quilted quilt can get. I'm starting to learn that I like my quilts less quilted than I thought I would. That way they're just not so heavy, you know. Like that quilt I showed you yesterday, that thing is quilted to death and it is heavy, heavy. It's amazing how much thread adds to the weight of a quilt. Okay, see? That's part of it. All right, now I need, that should be 6.5. Yep. Now I need a strip over here. What do I want? I think I'm going to sew. Oh, this one might work. Let's see. No, not big enough. Is it long enough? Yes, it's long enough. What about this one? No. All right, I'll sew these two together. And she's back to eating her bone. So I'll let you know how that turns out. I haven't had moose meat before, so I'll be interested to see how that tastes. I do like elk meat and deer meat. And I like buffalo. I think I like the leaner red meats, you know, because I like those better than beef. Although I do like a good homegrown beef, you know, something you buy from the rancher directly and not the store. Something that hasn't gone to the feedlot. Tastes a lot different. A lot different. You would be amazed. And I had a girlfriend who has a ranch. They, you know, grow their own beef, but they also send the animals to the sales yard. And a month or two before they send them to the auction, they go into the feedlot and they get fed a lot of corn, which is it's actually silage is what they call it. So it's mixed with corn and other stuff so that they'll fatten up and put some weight on, put more weight on. And now she never did this, but she knows that it is done because it's a common practice that they're given like medications and stuff that helps them put on weight. And they get all their shots and all this stuff, you know. And I'm telling you that stuff stays in the meat. So if you're able at all to get your meat, whether it's beef, chicken, pork, whatever, directly from the grower, you know, do it. Even if it costs, you know, $1 more a pound. It's a lot healthier. A lot healthier. That's my opinion. I have lots of those. Oh, your grandmother's there until tomorrow night? Awesome. School out for election day. Oh, she thinks she needs a bun. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, really? You had burgers, tried some keto buns. Okay, I haven't tried those yet. Really tasty toasted. Cool. Hi, Debraka. How are you doing? Beef stroganoff without the noodles. That sounds good. And yes, and sprayed with chemicals. Absolutely. Hey, Cherie, how's it going? Yeah, I don't always do the whole bun thing. A lot of times I just do half a bun. I know that sounds weird. It's like an open-faced hamburger. Otherwise, I just get too full, you know. I'm just eating all that bread, right? Just get too full. Hey, okay, I need to press that. So that's kind of what that's going to look like. I just need to press it. Okay, so I got 3 over there, 3. That means I need 2 more. Wow, 2 more. And then I'm done, okay? I'm still going to have scraps. But what is left is going to go in a scrap bag because I am done with this. I'm sorry, but I am. I don't think I can take anymore. Okay. Let's see. Do I have 3 over here? 1, 2, 3. Yes. So 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah, 2 more. 2 more. Oh yeah, hamburger steak is good. Yeah, that's why I stay thin. Yeah. Even though, you know, I have a piece of toast every morning for breakfast. It's or a half a piece. But it's a pretty big slice of bread, but it's all different wheat and seeds and stuff. So it's fairly healthy bread, you know, but that's usually all I have for bread. And then um, since my doctor told me to start that I could have 2 eggs a day. And I thought it would really make me sick, but I've gotten used to it and actually feel better eating that protein in the morning. So much better. I didn't realize that I was not getting enough protein first thing in the morning. So, but that doesn't seem, I haven't put on any weight. If anything, I've lost weight from eating the egg. And I just have 1 egg. So, half a piece of toast, 1 egg. And then sometimes I have a breakfast meat like bacon or sausage or something like that. And I swear I have not gained any weight. I've lost weight. So, which is fine. I don't want to lose too much more weight. I wouldn't mind losing a little bit of my belly, which, it really sucks that, like, it's weird. All the fat on your body all goes right here or here, right? As we get older. What the hell is up with that? So, and then sometimes, but not that often, I have a snack, you know, and not very much of whatever it is. Like I might have like a half a can of sardines and a couple of crackers or cheese. Yeah, cheese. And then I have dinner, which is whatever I cook for Brandon. But I don't fill my plate up really big. I'll tell you what really helps. Use a small salad plate instead of the big dinner plate. Use a small salad plate. Put your food on that. Big difference. Because then everything you put on there looks like you have a lot. Yes, and proteins keep you full. Exactly. That's one thing. I don't feel like snacking as much later in the day because of that egg and stuff that I had. And like I said, if I snack, like cheese or, and just a little bit, not a lot, or tuna fish or some sort of fish. And then I also have some good jerky. So I might have a little bit of that. So, thank you. Yeah, it's almost finished. Okay, so I'm going to press those, and then I just have 2 more to do. Oh my gosh. I like these blocks. I'll show you here in just a second. I might have to do a whole quilt with these here. I'll just have to figure out some math. I think this would be cute. I like those. And this one. That'd be a way to use up your scraps too. Half square triangles and squares. Okay, let's see. 6.5. Yeah, I think I have lost about, oh, like 15 pounds since December. But I haven't lost anything in the last like 3 weeks. So I think I've kind of stabilized because I keep checking. Those are cute. I like that. And I do know my back feels better. Not carrying that extra. Okay, this one is a little wonky, but I think I can work with it. This one's cute too. Look at this one. I like those. Oh, I guess I just need one more. Yay, I just need one more. How did I miscount that? Yay, just one more. Okay, I can do that. One more. I got one more of these too. Okay, let's see. So, what do you think I should do with the rest of these scraps? It's not going to be all that. Now, I'll probably keep these because they're 3-inch squares, right? I'll put them in with but the rest. What should I do with the rest? Should I just pass them on? Put them in giveaway bag? Do you think anybody would want them? I mean, I definitely do not want to send anybody stuff that they would just want, end up throwing away. Right? You don't want to do that. Let's see. Do I want this there? No. It will be... Yeah, I could just add it to some of the other, yeah, this needs to be bigger, scrap fabric that I plan on putting in a giveaway at some time. Oh, yeah. Okay, Brenda. Yeah, no. Tiffany has enough scraps. No, I'm not going to send them to Tiffany. You guys have no clue how many scraps that girl has. More than she is ever going to use, that's for sure. And people send her stuff all the time, so she's just, I mean, if she wanted them, I would send them to her, but I don't think she's would want them, honestly. Okay. Actually, I'll put that one on there. But yeah, Brenda's husband has been sewing also, and he loves to work with little pieces. He would probably like this project I'm working on. Possibly. Yeah, and not only does she have a bedroom, or two bedrooms actually, uh, but she also has a garage full of totes with fabric in them. So I'm telling you, ladies, the girl's got scraps. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, I'm going to put that on there. As soon as I get this block made, then the rest of this is going in a scrap bag. Because I really don't think I have enough here to make another row. And I'm done with it. I guess that's the main thing. I'm over it, ladies. I'm over it. All right. But I do feel good about using my scraps because, most of the time I just hate scraps and I have a hard time using them. I'd rather cut into fat quarters and, create scraps. Okay, so that definitely is not big enough. So let's see. All right, I'll put this piece on there. I guess it'd be different if that's all I made was scrap quilts. But I kind of got burnt out on making quilts. So this is the first quilt I've made in a long time. Let's see, was it the friendship quilt? And even though these are scraps from a different quilt project, I still feel like it's a new project for some reason. And I didn't really want to do any new projects except for the ones we talked about earlier, the friendship um, quilt of valor quilt, and maybe I have a foundation paper piecing project I've been working on and off on, and it's all scraps, but bigger scraps than this. Okay, so that, now I need one more, so I think these can just go. I think I am going to do, all right, that's not big enough. Let's see, do I want, ooh, that is almost big enough, almost. I will have to add on, all right, I'm going to make this strip longer. And then what I do, okay, I'm going to trim this piece up. Okay. Now, if I just put this on here like this, with that seam right there, that seam would be almost at the very end. So I don't want to do that. So what I do is I'm just going to slide it down so it's more like in the middle. And then I'll just sew that on there. Because you don't want to seam that close to the edge. You know, you need like at least 1/4 of an inch or more between your seams. You know what I mean? Okay, now flip that over. Almost done, you guys, almost done. And you were here for it. Of course, I still have to sew all the squares together, but you were here for the making of the blocks. Okay? Yay. And Teresa is actually going to finish a project. All right. Okay. What? This is not 6.5. Dang it. All right. I thought it was, but it's not. So that means I need to cut. How much of that can I cut off? Because again, you can't have the seam that close to the edge. All right, I can cut off about 1/2 inch. So I'm going 1.5 inches from this line here. And I thought I was almost done. All right, that should work. There we go. Am I sticking my tongue out when I'm cutting fabric? Really? I didn't know. That's funny. Oh, Tro? Did you hide him from the channel? Yeah, you did. Okay, good. Good job, Jamie. Good job, girlfriend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry I missed that. I was so engrossed in getting this block done that I wasn't looking at the chat. Every once in a while I do. Okay, no worries. I was giggling. I do it too, all the time. That's funny. Might be because my lips feel chapped. I don't know what. Oh, here it is. A lot of people stick their tongues out or make funny faces when they're doing stuff, when they're concentrating. Yeah, I'm not really bothered by it. I think it's funny. Okay, I think we got it, girls. And guys, if there's any guys out there. Yay. Okay, I just need to iron that. Oh, there's a piece. There. Yay! I don't know what I did with my party guy. Where did he go? I don't know what I did with my party guy. I'll have to look around for him. Oh, there he is. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Ready? Isn't that cute? You guys loved it, didn't you? I got that out when I was working for Idaho Power. One of the guys brought it. because he thought it was funny and gave it to me. Party animal. It's cute. Okay, so guess what? All of those blocks are done. All right. I know, I'm in the way. So there's the bottom. So right now it is 7 across and 8 down. They are 6.5-inch blocks that I started on Thursday with Katie. Thank you, thank you. All right, so the rest is going to a new home. So all of these, the rest of these scraps, which really, okay, is not that much in the scheme of things, right? All right. Now, I could still piece these all together and make a throw pillow or, you know, something else. And I could make a few more blocks. But I don't think I have enough for 7 blocks. And that's what I would need to make one more row. I mean, well, if I added these, I probably could. Okay, I'm just done. That's, I don't need to make excuses. I'm just done with these scraps, okay? All right, so these are going to go to a new home, and the rest of the scraps once I'm done with the borders. So I'm not actually done filling this bag up with these scraps because I still do have let me pile all this up so you can see what I still have, plus the border strips. So there's still this. Now, you're probably thinking, well, you could cut that up and make some more blocks. No. No. It's not going to happen. I'm done making blocks. But because they are strips, I'll add the strips on to the outside of the quilt. That's what I'm going to do. Okay? I'm hoping that I have enough of this for the binding, but you know, I do have this, and I could use this for the binding. So once I get all the blocks put together, I'll have a better idea of what borders to add, right? And there are still like nice pieces, you know, of this that probably will just go in the bag. But I have to wait until I get all the borders done first before I put the rest of this in the bag. And then I don't know if this is going to get used at all. Because I'm not sure if there's enough of this to make a border. But like I said, once I get all the blocks sewn together, that'll give me an idea of how big it's going to be, and then I'll know, how many strips, if I have enough for strips for the border. So I hope all that makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm starting to get a little tired, so not talking very well. I've never put the binding on a quilt on the long arm. I've thought about trying it, but I haven't done it yet. The one side anyway, right? Yes, Donna, it feels great. It feels great. Really does. I'm actually amazed that I um, did it. I am. I'm amazed. Okay, so once I get this put together, we really need to, I really need to, and I don't know if you guys did this with me or not, but remember the layer cake on point? So we need to finish that one. So these two need to get done before we start sewing the friendship. But if you want to do the friendship quilt of valor, you can go ahead and start cutting, get your fabric ready, start cutting it up. And you can use the supply list that's over on my main page under post. There should be a supply list there, and that'll get you started because it's basically the same supply list, except for I will be adding sashing and some sashing stars to this project, but you don't have to do it that way if you don't want to. You can do it the way we did the first friendship um, friend chip quilt. So no, you can't. But thanks for asking. I'm not really into that at all. So I took care of that. Oh, yeah, I really like the friendship. Yeah, it's okay, Jamie. I just happened to be looking. Yeah, I've seen other people do their binding with their long arm, but I don't mind sewing it on the regular way. And you would have to completely unroll it and then roll it back. I don't know. Jamie, have you ever done the binding on your long arm? Hello. You're having fun tonight, aren't you? Oh, yep, I appreciate you being here. All right. Well, gee whiz, it's almost 6 o'clock, you guys. We might as well go. Hey, Frank. How's it going? Yeah. Well, they make it look pretty easy, but I don't know. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go if you want to say goodbye to everybody. Yeah, I might come back on tomorrow if the weather's still crappy out. Because that's when I do my most sewing, when, you know, I can't go outside and all that. Um, so either that or Wednesday. All right, you guys, thanks for spending time with me. It was great to see everybody, and I really, really appreciate all of you wholeheartedly. And so take care, okay? Don't forget to keep stitching. Bye, Linda. Yeah, yeah, I wish you would have been here earlier. See you later. Bye, Jamie. Bye, Kathy. Bye, Jean. Wishing you well, too. See you later. Bye, everyone. Okay, I'm out of here.